Hello, Danger News. I am back. How is everyone in chat? So far, I'm just seeing sorry bot. I guess I am alone. Anyways, I shall now begin with the first part of the story, where we continue from last time. An impotent thief. Look at me, I'm Sandra D. Lousy. I hate that song so fucking much, I could almost die. In fact, I almost did. I freeze, 1 foot in the air, sweating inside the heavy sound dampening suit. I slowly lower my padded boot to a clear spot on the floor, trying to avoid the metal shards and wiring, breaking the rules. That would have been a fucking stupid way to die. Rules are the first thing you learn when you arrive here, after they process you. Not guard rules, although they beat those into you pretty quick. Skip rules. Everyone talks about 173, but not trying to scare the newbies. Trying to teach them, follow the rules, and maybe you'll walk out alive. I look down the hallway to the tangle of copper wires, slowly swaying like long grass in an afternoon breeze. This little fucker has rules. You can move if you're quiet. You can make noise if you stop moving. But if you make noise and then move, you're dead. Still, 14 decibels is so quiet, softer than a whisper, even with the silencer dampening all the sound from the other end of the hall. A chunk of metal underfoot might have been too loud, and those chunks are what did it to the drone. I need to tread carefully. Xiao looks at me, trying to work out what's wrong. I give her one slow blink for okay. We have a system for when we need to be silent, without our hands free. The foam baffles we're carrying are bulky, unwieldy, but they're the only way to recontain the skip, so we can move it to a soundproof cell. Xiao nods back at me slowly, and we resume our careful, ponderous walk towards the skip. She always been a mother hen, Xiao. After they put me in Ada 11's custody for SCP-092 testing, she was the first to treat me like a real person. First one asked my name, not just my number. Doesn't talk about kids of her own. but she was fussing over the terrified girl we found earlier tonight, before the breach alarm went off. The girl who's asking about 012. Another skip with the rules, except the rules won't keep you safe. If you see it, you're dead. Walking so slowly stretches things out endlessly. There's too much time to think. I have to keep watching the skip to remind myself to focus. Funny though, when you look at it for long enough, it almost seems peaceful, like a horse's mane, or long hair shimmering underwater. It's forever since I had long hair. I was not brought up that way. I really cannot get that song out of my head. Sandra D, what an awful name. I never told Shao my real name. Never told anyone here. That name belongs to someone else. A kid that lived outside these walls. A kid who liked to steal, did some stupid shit, and paid for it. I regret what happened after, but I don't regret the stealing. I still do it sometimes, just to keep in practice for the fear of getting away with it. A little extra food or some cigarettes when I was in the cells. I don't take anything from the team though. They aren't like the rest, so they don't deserve it. Although they probably blame me anyway if something went missing. They're always watching me like they know I'll try something. Always talking about me like they were to that girl tonight. I saw how she looked at me when I came into the den. I did take something tonight, not from the team, but from site security. A mini flashlight. When I saw it earlier tonight during the bug hunt, I wanted it. The big bunch of keys it's attached to might be interesting too, but it was the flashlight that grabbed me. I can feel it pressed in the pocket of my uniform, under the padded suit. I definitely don't regret taking it. There were thieves in the Bible, I remember suddenly. Two of them crucified with Jesus. One of them asked Jesus for forgiveness, the little ass kisser. The other one didn't say anything. Did he have any regrets? I wonder what he thought about, nailed up on a cross, for everyone to look at and gossip about, up on Mount Golgotha. Funny, that's the name of 012 as well. I need to focus again, we're moving so deliberately. One eye on the nose, meters flashing on the inside of our visors, so aware of the danger. I'd almost forgotten what it was like, knowing you could die any time. I know what you want to do. The worst thing is, the name is a joke at my expense. After a while, in testing, they started calling me D. I guess I lived long enough to be more than a number, but less than a person. When others finally asked my name, I wouldn't tell them, so D stuck. What do you call something that you pick up off the street and adopt and give it a name and a place to sleep? Right. A stray. The skip is only a few feet away now. Shao nods again, and we lower the baffles to the ground and start to join them together, making a soundproof box. Perfect teamwork. They say I'm part of the team, a full MTF member, but I know that's not true. They still know where I came from. Every time they do something for me, every meal or rec break or talk with me, feels like charity, feels patronizing. And one day, And the last of them gets too old and 811 gets shut down. They'll get nest eggs in retirement with their families. What will I get? The tendrils are still waving, scratching against the floor, and moving the skip around. It looks sharper, up close, more metallic, more alien. From here, the wires aren't floating, they're reaching, searching, hunting. But they're pushing it across the floor, right towards the box, exactly where it needs to go. And then the silencer malfunctions, and all hell breaks loose. The beeping blows the sensors way past 14 decibels. Shao and I are frozen in place, but suddenly I see movement. Just a head stuck around the corner to see what's happening. But the skip is so fast. A dozen wires shoot lightning quick down the hall, bursting through the foam baffles. The guard has no time to react before they grab him and haul him into the corridor, twisting snake-like around him as more and more tendrils flow down to join them. And then I have to watch it. I can't turn my head or close my eyes. I try to turn my mind off, but I have to watch it. Shake him and shake him. It doesn't last long, less than a minute. The copper snakes trail back into the body of the skip. Just as a couple feet across again, they drop back through the holes in the ruined baffle. And I try to think what we can do. Then, after an age, once it's safe to move again, I look at Xiao. She's gone. She didn't see it, but she watched me see it. Her breathing is shallow and her eyes are unfocused. She lost it. It's been too long. She's forgotten how it feels to have death breathing over your shoulder. She's motioning feebly to a port. What the hell will we do then? God damn it. Why did you have to choose today to pussy out, you weak bit? Jesus fuck, it's on my foot. The skip had shuffled right onto the padded foot boot. My breath catches in my throat and my tongue turns to sandpaper. I can feel the copper wires scratching against my calf. The thick fabric warped and stretched by the movement. It feels obscene. This fucking thing is so wrong. Why can't they just destroy it? It seems to sit there forever, blindly waving, and I just want to scream, to kick it away, and end it all in a moment of blessed release. And then it's off me. I can breathe again. My mind's racing. It's all about how the silencer's broken, the foam's broken, Xiao's broken. We're fucked. We're fucked. No. Shut up. I have to think about what to do. I have to think. I'm not moving. And I won't make any sound inside this suit. The suit. The tendrils didn't pierce it because the material has some give. It will block enough sound for us to get a new box around the skip. All I have to do is drape the suit over it, and then wait for backup. I started loosening the fabric ties. No noisy zips or Velcro. I'm not looking at Xiao. She may as well not be here once the suit is off. I feel very exposed, even in my uniform. My skin prickles and sweat on my face is cold. I can't look at the sensor anymore, so I can't afford to make a sound. But the skip is still close. I just need to lean over and cover it without any noise. Just keep your cool. God damn it, that song. Of course, right when I need to concentrate the most, that gift from my so-called teammates comes back to bite me. I'm trying to breathe silently, but I can still feel my jaw clench. Turn me from a lab rat into a stray mutt they've adopted, and they expect me to be grateful. Expect me to risk my life for their broken task force that no one gives a shit about. Expect me to save their asses when they can't do the job themselves. My blood is boiling. I'm leaning as far out as I can. Weight all on one foot, reaching out with the suit in both hands when it happens. The flashlight in my pocket slips out, and the ring of keys tumbles to the floor. In that moment, as I lose my balance, I know that I am dead. A memory hits me from 15 years ago. Raise the forces. I come to see half the squad arguing for some pencil neck from Riza. Daniel Smith, Savovsky, even Hennessy is bellowing. The Infosec is flanked by Berlin site guards, and things feel ugly. When the commander comes in, he takes Riza papers, waves them right away, and reads them, then looks up at me, and the commander says clearly and slowly, "I'm afraid that your records are out of date. This woman is an MTF agent and under my jurisdiction. You have no authority here, Agent. Agent D, you may return to your post." It's the last thought I have. Watching the keys drop, feeling myself fall. I remember feeling proud. Then Xiao's hand comes out from nowhere, sliding under the keys, catching them, muffling them in the soft glove of her suit. I'm not falling anymore. Xiao is crouched, her other hand against my collarbone, holding me in balance. She looks up at me. I see her eyes scan left to the sensor. It gives me a slow blink, and Xiao gets up, takes the suit from my hands, and wraps the skip as carefully as a baby. Once it's in a new box, and wheeled silently away into a new containment cell, I look over at Xiao. She takes off the hood of her suit and sinks slowly to the floor. It looks like she's crying, weak as shit. I start to think, but then my legs turn to jelly, and I'm sitting on the floor next to her, and somehow there are tears on my face too. Xiao hands me the flashlight and the keys without a word. She just puts an arm around my shoulders, and we sit there for a long time in silence. What do you call a group of people that you mostly can't stand, but they're the only people who really know you, and you owe them everything? Yeah, family. Afterwards, the commander requests a commendation for us. He saw the whole thing, but couldn't risk approaching once the silencer died. He says H and Mike did a good job containing the other skips, and we've all earned some downtime. Heh. That was basically the first of time we've had in 2 years. So how strange is it that all the auditory skips broke containment at the same time? It's like someone wanted us kept busy. I almost suspect the commander trying to keep the MTF in business. Why would anyone do it otherwise? It's not until the next day that we find out SCP-012 was stolen. And that's it of Impotent Thief. The next story into the Aunt Mount Golgotha storyline. Hello, Narukia and Robin. How are you guys doing? How you doing? Everyone doing just alright today? I'm just gonna assume so. Alright. Alright, anyways. I think that's enough of a break for me to wetten my throat. I'm gonna read the next part. Our mutual guide. I can feel it calling to me. It's always calling to me. These old pages, dust dry and crumbling. Lines of staff like furrows, seeded with notes, waiting to grow. They cry out in thirst, desperate for me to quench and renew them with a rain of blood. No, wait, with a rain of my blood. No, not with my blood. With the blood of others. I have never looked on the score itself. Have never beheld its harsh beauty. I cannot, I must not. Others will be instruments of its fruition. I must hold myself apart. I will be the shepherd leading my lambs to where all lambs eventually go. I should not think of these things. It's getting harder to control myself. People will notice. I turn on some music to distract me. Bartok, music for strings, percussion, and celesta. I let the sounds soak into me, restoring, cleansing. I always loved music. As a child, I would listen on my own for hours, playing and replaying my parents' records. The crystalline clockwork of Bach and looming towers of Mahler, furious crimson of Prokofiev. I was entranced by them. Even as I grew, these feelings never left me. Music has been the spindle around which my life has turned. I have returned it in my work, in my home, in my family. Then I learned of a piece of music that renders all others irrelevant. Unheard, unperformed, it has more influence than any chanson or symphony. I followed his trail through the history, seen his power. Castaldo, composer and murderer. Salieri, who cut his own throat in an intuition. Scriabin, Berg, dead of blood poisoning. Purcell, Tchaikovsky, Shaman, Mozart. So much madness, so many deaths unexplained. What had they learned? Where did that knowledge lead them? My mind is wandering again down too dangerous a path. Bartok is not enough. I need to empty my thoughts. Fortunately, I have access to many interesting volumes. I have been reading widely. There are certain techniques of meditation that are rumored to have connection with my muse, and which I have found useful in maintaining my outward composure, especially in recent months. Importantly, the preparations are easy and easily hidden. I lock my door, arrange the materials, close my eyes, and commence. Darkness, silence, vertigo, then weightlessness. Intense heat, the smell of violets, a polychromic sheen across the blackness, like a bubble on an oil slick. Poignancy, my skin prickles. Sensations chase each other across my consciousness. A taste of metal and salt, a sharp pain in my chest, the overwhelming need to sleep, a swelling at my throat. This time is different. I sense the people in this building. I know them utterly. I do not share their thoughts, but I experience their emotions: anger, devotion, boredom, wry amusement, shame, fear of failure, of death, of being forgotten, hopes of improvement, of revenge, of forgiveness. Something is wrong. Feelings collide and commingle as the effect grows wider, encompassing many buildings, a city, many cities. Frustrated excitement with guilty grief, with wild joy. Each could be savored, but it is like eating every dish at a banquet at the same time. It is like drowning. It is too much. A seething maelstrom grows and roils, subsuming me. It is everything anyone has ever felt, will ever feel. I will be obliterated. Then, like a deep bell striking, everything else disappears, and I have knowledge. It's not the pictures or words, it's neither and both. It is like the visions painted by music. I've always known these things. I will learn them soon. A hill like clouds form up a naked sheet above. Two bearded men in rough-spun robes approach. They carry some object wrapped in goat skin with great care. It is precious to them. They have walked far from the side of the high mountain, through flooded, ravaged lands. They follow a figure without substance, both present and absent, their guide to this hill at the center of the world. At the base of the hill, near the gaping mouth of the cave, the guide is no longer with them. They unwrap their burden, old bones, a skull. The man who these bones belonged to, he knew this place too. Here he crushed the serpent's head, where he was damned. The two men buried the bones carefully in the cave. Afterwards they sing a song to the dead. They know that this place is sacred, but they cannot know who will sing the songs of worship here. For who worshippers will sing to? Gods of love, gods of fury, gods of avarice, gods of sacrifice, and gods to be sacrificed. This place where one man was driven away. Bring people of many faiths together, and a song extended over history. The light in a small room is red. Man does not notice the fire has burned so low. He has forgotten his masked patron. He is intent on the vellum before him, intent on the music which burns inside him. Noon has become sunset, has become morning, has become dusk. The man pours himself into his writing. He is buried in it, and he will be buried with it. This man is the only thread in his tapestry, one voice and a greater chorus, one ripple in the stream. There are other people in other rooms, lit by embers, candlelight, bright fluorescence, or left in the shadow. Many people unknown to one another, yet each following the same guidance, each working towards the same goal, towards an idea whose time has come. A city proud towers reach towards a zenith heaven, in which stars shine darkly. 4 rivers flow out from its walls, black and red and white and yellow, singing their way to a sea of pitch. I know of this place, although I never dared travel there. Alagada. What is not Alagada of occult lore? No wild orchestra plays, no frantic revelers fill its twisting streets in sumptuous halls, nor are its bricks shattered, decked in crow feathers and the dust of dry blood. This Alagada does not wear a mask. It is at peace. It is whole. It is the city as it was before the corruption of its king and people. It is the city as it will be. An ambassador abdicates when history ends, and when the last note is played. It is the city as it never has been, a more allegory for the one guiding his fate, for the city's namesake. I hailed again under skies of darkness. 3 figures raised highly above the crowd of humanity. On the right, a slave, a base desire, a predator, hungry, lustful, uncaring of consequence, spiteful in its damnation, its music is frenzy. On the left, another slave, looking for freedom through plans and designs, analyzing the predicament and trying a reason to find out. A thinker, denying the basis of motives of its companion and his own past self. Its music is calculation. These 2 bicker and spit, their melodies clashing in raucous counterpoint as the crowd below looks on. The figure in the center is above the other 2, farther from them, beyond them. Their petty squabbles are nothing. The outcome matters not. At the appointed time, the melodies of raw power and cold of reason will no longer hold any meaning. They will be absorbed into the infinite song, into the coming perfection. The center figure is the center. It is everything and eternity. It is not a being, it is existence. It is called a saint, but it is not holy. It is holiness. It is the stuff in which gods are made. No one can find it, but all are guided by it. No one can know it, but all will feel it. It has always been, it has returned, and will return again. As outside time, at the appointed time, time itself will cease to be. It all will come together in perfect harmony. The echoes of the bell die away as understanding fills me. I open my eyes. I have a new purpose. I am not just a shepherd, not just a music lover. I am a thief. It is time to snatch a prize from those whom it never belonged. I must take great risks. I must work in darkness, but I will find a way, for I have a guide. And that's it of that story, for that story of the 012 on Mount Golgotha Archive. Oh god. Alright, this one stretch. And one hydrate. Okay, so far what we learned is SCP-012, a dangerous anomaly, is stolen. We just don't know who. So, how's everyone in chat right now? Well, I'm pulling up the next one. I'm doing well. Alright. Anyways, are we ready to hear the next story? Alright. Just waiting on responses, make sure everything's good. I'm gonna safely assume it's probably that nobody else is here. Oh, there's 3 viewers? My end, it says 1. Interesting. Also, if you ask anything, I don't think I heard it. I also have energy stream up. I was just asking if everyone is ready. Think you're good to continue your stories. Gotcha. Then I shall continue. Pattern breaker. Stolen? How can it be stolen? I'm sorry, Emma, but I don't know. Dr. Fearson looked exhausted. I've been trying to figure it out, but no one would tell me anything. Dr. Fearson's eyes were scanning the lab distractedly, as if SCP-012 might appear on top of a pile of paperwork. Her head resisted the urge to look behind her. Instead, she watched at her supervisor as he tensed his shoulders. His aristocratic equanimity gone. What am I gonna do, Emma? The last 5 years of work's wasted. Emma felt lost in 18 months working with Dr. Fearson. He had always seemed so authoritative and in control. She's never seen him like this, and she had no idea how to react. It was like watching a parent cry. Sir, it's not a waste, she began. We still have all the testing data and... Damn it, you don't understand. Even as he slammed the desk, Dr. Fearson suddenly contrite. Sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just shouted. But you really, the thing is, they kicked me off the skip. Even if 012 turns up, I can never work on it again. But why? Surely I don't think... The words dried up in Emma's throat. Dr. Fearson gave a sour laugh. They did at first, see the lab. Nothing's been disturbed. The locks aren't broken, so someone with clearance opened them. 5 containment breaches in one night. And only thing that's taken is 012. Of course they thought it was an inside job. So then I had the brilliant idea to tell them why it couldn't have been me. What do you mean? Last night when someone came in here and stole my clear, I was asleep. Along with half the site, it seems. So I told security that dozens of witnesses can confirm when I woke up, and all of a sudden, I have medical asking what I dreamed about. Soon as I tell them it was 012, they told me I didn't drop from the project. You're at the retirement party? Emma looked up imploringly at Dr. Fearson, feeling sick. But that means... Oh yes, they told me you dreamed about it too, didn't you? So you're a potential liability, just like me. Emma hardly heard as Dr. Fearson continued. We've got 4 weeks site-bound with regular psych checks, then reassignment. Get your personal items. They want us out of the lab at 11. So that's it, said Emma, slumping into the dormitory couch. I just got fired from my first ever research assignment. Mike looked dolefully back at her. You think that's bad? My MTF gets the first off-site action since I joined, and they leave me behind. How did this suck? Oh, how did this suck? I'm sorry, Mike. Yeah, me too. For you, that is. Mike's grin couldn't be suppressed for long, even if this was One was slightly rueful. Emma knew she should try to change the subject. How did you end up in 811 anyway? I told you, I like the tunes. Mike saw Emma's look and continued. I'm serious. When I was a kid, when the Foundation approached me, apparently seen some of the freeware mods have been putting out. They asked me to join a secret society to affect the world, and I said, hell yes. But saving the world turned out to be 15 hours a day of coding with a bunch of guys who took themselves way too seriously. I wanted to actually do something, so I asked for a transfer to a task force. And he chose here? They chose for me. I think it was someone's idea of teaching me a lesson, but these guys are pretty cool, actually. And if I want to work on projects that interest me, I certainly have plenty of time. Mike screwed up his nose. Anyway, what about you? How did you join the Foundation? Emma felt a familiar mixture of embarrassment and defensiveness. I've always been here. Both my parents are researchers. You're a sight baby? That's so cool. Yeah, it's super awesome. Thanks. God, I'm sorry, Emma, I didn't think... No, it's okay. It's just people don't realize what it's like. There are only a few kids on site at any given time. It's not exactly a normal childhood. At least I got to see my parents growing up. And did they? Mike trailed off. Yes, it's true. At 17, they offered me the whole package. Guaranteed college place, trust fund, an Nexus cocktail, a different life. But how could I? I'd barely see my parents again, and I had no idea if I could cope outside. I've been part of the Foundation all my life. I'm sorry, said Mike again. I didn't mean to pry. It's okay. I'm not angry. I just keep thinking about 012 and how unfair it is all after I've given so much. I know to skip better than almost anyone, you know. Emma's voice grew stronger. I know what the effects are, how it behaves. If someone is trying to complete it, I'll be able to see the signs. I should be the one looking for it, because I can find it. Emma's gaze snapped up to meet Mike's. I'm going to find it. Hell, I'm in. Mike's smile was back with full force. Where do you want to start? Emma considered. Well, Roger's stuck in archives. We can't talk to his contacts without him to make the introduction. Maybe someone else knows about anomalous music. Oh, I have a great idea, said Mike, in a tone that sounded like all sorts of trouble. Have you ever heard of SCP-2992? Emma pulled out her tablet and started reading through the database entry. A humanoid Skip and potentially Keter? She said dubiously. Isn't it risky? Mike was already digging in a drawer next to his computer. No risk, no reward, and I have a little something I've been trying to test. Here, put this on. He threw Emma a cloth headband that turned out to be covered in electrodes and circuitry. She looked at the headband, uncertain when a thought occurred. Let me get something from my room at first. Anyway, how are you even going to get in to talk with him? Delegated level 4 clearance from NTF Commander Richards, said Mike to site security guard. Should cover anything categorized auditory musical. My research assistant and I'll be conducting an interview. Your clearance seems to check out, replied the guard. Go ahead, Agent Carter. They walked down the hallway to a containment unit door, and Mike looked smugly at Emma. That delegated clearance is handy for all sorts of things. Aren't you glad you have a supervisor like me? Despite her nervousness, Emma couldn't help but smile, rolling her eyes at Mike. Ask me that again if we get out of here without being dragged in front of the site director. I gave an exaggerated wink, put it on his headband, and placed his hand on the door lock. The door opened on a standard humanoid containment cell, with a few basic accoutrements, a simple sound system with a few CDs next to it, a pair of drumsticks, the African American man sitting on the bed, looking older than his mid-30s. Years of confinement have given his face a worn-down cast, but the dark eyes that looked up at them shone brightly. "Welcome," said SCP-2992. "What brings two children here to listen to a worn-out record?" "Hello, Jaden," said Mike, sounding weary. "We have some questions for you, if you want to talk." Suddenly, an older man was alert, his voice avid. "Have you come to meet my friend, little children? Children must look after other children. Parents leave them to fend for themselves." Okay, we're not really children though, we're Foundation research. "Oh, the Foundation are children, my child. Bullies mistreating other children, scared to reach out and love them." SCP-2992's voice was exaggerated, like he was playing to an unseen audience. "Right, but..." Mike sighed, rolling his eyes. It's not what I wanted to ask you about, you know." Emma wanted to interject to redirect Mike's building frustration, but she hesitated. This was his idea after all. Perhaps she should wait. "So commending this child," said SCP-2992 to nobody in particular, ready to bang the drum of his inquisition without waiting for the other instruments to join in. "Well, play on, Sir Drummer, play." "Shut up," snapped Mike. Just shut up for a second and listen." In his jumpsuit, SCP-2992 sat almost unnaturally still, but his fingers started to tap out of a complicated rhythm on the bed frame. Immediately, Emma's head began to swim as her thoughts went fuzzy. The more she tried to concentrate on the rhythm, the less she was able to focus. It just became a blur, with her mind unable to follow the beat. After initial shock, Emma found that her thoughts were clearer as long as she ignored the tapping. Instead, she watched the two men in the room. Mike had his teeth clenched, but he was still smiling. And Jaden was looking at them quizzically. "And you can stop tapping," said Mike. "It won't work." Emma could feel her focus returning. Jaden switched to tapping his feet, but for Emma the rhythm was still fragmented. Mike continued with a note of self-satisfaction creeping into his tone. "That's not what I meant, Jaden. We won't free your songs for you because you don't feel your beat." "What do you mean?" SCP-2992 sounded like he had been stung. "Our brains can't process your rhythms, Jaden. They've been interrupted in the auditory cortex." Mike pointed to his headband. "It's a pattern break. Your children won't have any influence on us." "Don't talk about the children," said Jaden with a voice dripping spite. "You want to pretend that they don't exist. Shut them out in the code and abandon them. But they will keep singing outside your high towers, and their voices will bring down your walls." His feet stopped, but he kept his hands tapping lightly against his thighs. And a broken beat is just a different kind of rhythm. If you say so, said Mike. Now about our questions. What makes you think I would answer you, boy? You come to me and pretend you don't hear these poor children. They won't become some background noise. Get out. You have nothing to offer me. Both men were tensed, bristling. They spun at the sound of Emma's soft voice. We have this. Emma held a CD case she had found in her dormitory, a cheap rewritable with a plain white label. Jane's attention was fixed on her instantly, his anger forgotten. What have you brought me, quiet girl? Well, it's from a long time ago. They're probably not very good, but at the time they felt right. They felt true. Emma tilted her chin up in defiance of her own embarrassment. No one else has ever heard of them. Jaden strode lightly across the room and took the CD case from Emma's hand, holding it like it was made of crystal. No one else, he echoed. Flowers that bloom in a cave without the sunlight to fade them. Melodies found in a single mind, friendless and alone. This is a rare gift. Then will you answer our questions? Yes, child, your questions I'll answer. Even with your cruel refusal to listen to others, you have not forgotten your own children. Jaden sat back on the bed and spread his hands wide in invitation. Your friend says that it knows everything of the music that ever was, is that right? I am a poor MC to my friend's majestic DJ. His playlist is infinite. Anna took a step towards the seated man. I want to know about a particular song, a piece of music written in blood. There are many children born out of blood, replied Jaden. Many whose parents forget them when the blood runs cooler. No, Emma insisted. This is different. The music, it wants to be written. It's called On Mount Golgotha. Jaden flinched. Liar! How do you know that name? She was working with it, said Mike, studying it. No, 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 no. Jaden's face was drained of color, and his shoulders had hunched reflexively. This is wrong. You mustn't do this. Aren't you meant to be helping music to be heard? Said Mike in accusatory tone. What happened to loving every child? Not this child. Not this child, said Jaden, shaking his head and rocking in place. If this child grows up, it will destroy all the other children. All their voices lost, their beauty gone. A world without music. You cannot allow this child to grow. A friend told me, and my friend was afraid. Even the rhythm of Jaden's rocking was blurring for Emma. His tension was evident, but she had to press on. She took another step towards him. What did your friend tell you? Why will the music end? Not just music, shouted Jaden, eyes glistening with frustrated tears. When the final note plays and St. Algata returns, everything will be pressed together. Scales and scales, every note and every register. becoming a single tone heard forever without limit. A bell that rings inside your mind. No, no. My mind is like the fragments of a record thrown at a wall. But this is not about the mind. This is about the being, that wholeness, about the humanity. You have to destroy the score. You have to stop it from being played again. Before Emma could ask anything more, Mike said the stupidest thing he possibly could have said. We can't. It was stolen. Emma turned to Mike in disbelief and jumped as she felt SCP 2992 grab her arm, and Jaden had fallen to his knees in front of her, his fingers digging into her wrist. Mike started towards them, but Jaden barked, "No!" with such force that he froze in shock. Jaden looked up desperately at Emma. "You have to protect me. When they all have the scores, they will teach me. Use me to spread it through all the world. I will help them kill billions of children." The intensity in his voice chilled Emma's blood. "Boy, can I? Hide me, kill me. You cannot let them take me." His eyes were locked with Emma's, and the grip on her wrist was fierce. Suddenly, Emma was pulled bodily away, and two guards pushed past her and fired their tasers. Emma watched in dismay at Jaden convulsing pitifully on the floor before the third guard escorted her from the room. Mike had already been marched outside and was standing before a tall man whom Emma recognized from her safety briefings as the head of site security. "I don't know what the hell you think you're doing," he said, stern-faced. The head of security continued, "Nevertheless, you had clearance. Just try to take more precautions with the humanoid skips in the future. You're lucky I had to come down here, Agent Carter. I have a message for you. Your task force wants you to join them in Texas for an operation they're planning there. Report to logistics at 1900. "Really?" The rest of Mike's face looked like he could hardly believe it, but his smile showed his elation. "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome, Agent." Security director nodded and turned to leave. Emma couldn't believe that she was about to lose another friend. She did not show it in her voice. "That's great, Mike. I'm sure you'll be brilliant." "Thanks, Emma," said Mike. "I'm sorry to be..." "Emma," said the security director. Stopped halfway down the corridor. "Emma Stark." Yes?" Emma felt a sinking feeling in her stomach. "Just who I was about to go looking for. The site director would like to have a word with you. Could you come with me, please?" Emma felt resignation start to wash over her, only to be swept aside by a sudden wave of scolding anger. "No, I won't come with you, please." "Emma, are you okay?" Mike's look of concern just made Emma angrier. "I'm not okay, Mike. I've had enough. Enough of being dragged away from skips by a bunch of site security with tasers. Enough of meekly going where someone tells me to go, answering questions about being patronized. Enough of being told scraps of information about my project." Security director was walking slowly towards her with palms raised. But Emma continued, heedless. "I don't need to be rescued. I don't need someone's research assistant. I need to find out what's going on, and I'm going to, if you'll excuse me." She turned and walked off. Over her shoulder, Emma heard Mike and security director call after her. She didn't stop or turn, simply marching away and calling out, "So you can tell that the security director that he can go." And that's when the tasers hit. And that's it. That next story in the timeline. Okay, so that was the end of that one. Alright. Alright, I guess now I'll continue the next story. The musical suspects. Operation Impromptu. Background briefing. Operation Impromptu is one of the series of Foundation's operations launched following Incident 932/339-G and a subsequent theft of SCP-012 from containment. Foundation forces were mobilized to recover the anomaly and apprehend those responsible for the containment breach. Several parallel operations were launched involving raids on Chaos Insurgency and Marshall and Carter and Dark targets. Command was advised of the likelihood that an artist may have been responsible for the incident or have knowledge that would assist the investigation. Mobile Task Force 811, Savage Beast, was engaged to capture a number of musical and artist suspects for questioning. Recovery logs from these missions will be added below upon completion. Operation Impromptu Phase 1. MTF involved 811 Savage Beast. Location Las Vegas, Nevada. Objective apprehend point of power. POI 2578. Results Agent Hennessy successfully apprehended POI 2578. Commander Richards and Agents Chow and D lost radio contact with Mobile HQ and reported missing at the scene. The missing agents later reported having found themselves in an extra-dimensional space characterized by non-Euclidean geometry. The environment was devoid of details other than ladders and platforms in the form of musical staves. When in contact with these staves, notes materialized in the form of a musical piece, of which the agents were thinking. The notes were performed of superheated plasma, requiring invasive action to avoid injury. The agents made progress across the platforms, climbing up towards a doorway assumed to form an exit. Commander Richards reported that the team found it difficult to determine the appropriate music of which to think. With Baroque and classical forms characterized by a dangerous abundance of notes, Ancient Sao was almost lost when accidentally thinking of Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor, avoiding injury only by leaping to another stave. Agent D eventually enabled more rapid progress by suggesting music categorized by the repeating ostinato and high register, leaving the majority of the stave open for travel. With this development, the team was able to reach the exit and were transported back to the location of Agent Hennessy and POI 2578. Foundation support forces were unable to access the pocket dimension described by 811 agents. Interrogation of the suspect produced no information regarding SCP-012. POI 2578 denied having created a special anomaly, claiming to have purchased it from POI 1142. Search for POI 1142 commenced. Operation Impromptu Phase 2. MTF involved Ada 11, Savage Beast. Location, Redacted County, California. Objective, investigate unauthorized activity in SCP-1638. Results, POI 463. Charles Mace, found within the restricted area, apprehended and contained for questioning. One instance of SCP-2402 recovered at the scene. Logs unavailable due to mission parameters. Post-engagement report awaited. Operation Impromptu Phase 3. MTF involved Ada 11, Savage Beast. Location 280 kilometers from Lubbock, Texas. Objective, apprehend POI 1142. Begin log. Mobile HQ. Time to target. 3 minutes. Alpha. Team, we have heard oversight from HQ on this engagement, so I expect formality. Please use your assigned designations rather than names. Mobile HQ. Comms check. Alpha. Alpha. Copy 5 to 5. Mobile HQ. Bravo. I read you, base. Charlie. Yes, indeed. Man, this is gonna be exciting. Charlie. Charlie, no chatter. Yes, sir. The kid's just excited, sir. Don't blame him. It's his first ever outside action. Delta. Yes, you're clear. And can I just say, whoever at the base assigned me Delta, hope you find it funny with my foot up your ass. Echo? You're getting a thumbs up, base. Great. It's good that the voice of text is coming up on your visor. Echo, could you give us a verbal to check your mic? Hello? What? Oh, not so loud, H. Yeah, the mics are pretty sensitive, so a little softer, please. Sorry. Squad, form up. We're walking the rest of the way. 2 and 2. Delta tick point. Okay, so today we're grabbing POI 1142. Intel says he has no interest in anomalous music, especially electronic. Probably has some paratech. Apparently he has been gathering a bit of orchestra heat there. The drone is tracking about 30 heat signals in a compound up ahead, so you'll want to be careful. FM. Squad, resonators is subsonic. The drone has eyes on thermal for you, but we won't have sonar if you're using resonators. Other than that, it's your show. Quick and quiet. You should be coming up to the property now. Roger. No fences, multiple buildings, lots of government surrounds. It's a junkyard in there. It's a maze. No line of sight. I have movement from the largest building. Visual contact. 2. What the hell? What are you seeing? We have 3 Freddie Mercurys coming from the barn. Confirm, squad. I don't think we. Delta's right. Base. 3 identical individuals from the barn, and 2 more from the main house. All appear to be Freddie Mercury. Movement. Stiff. Copy that. Base, this is no cult orchestra.
What the commander means, Base, is that the intel fucked up. This guy isn't gathering an orchestra. He's building an army of robots. Robot Freddie Mercury's? Let's not forget that part. Are those tanks of industrial acid on the back?
Alpha, we have more heat signatures on the move.
See the pipes coming out of the mouths? We should assume the acid's a weapon. Seriously? We're made. Too near the tractor coming our way.
Alpha, pull back. Your squad isn't equipped for this. We'll get NU-7. Come back later. If we come back later, there won't be anyone here to get. Commander, we have no idea what.
Guys, what's that group by the stables doing? That looks like a projectile weapon.
Incoming! Scatter! Sounds of running, loud detonation. Alpha, report. Silence, 30 seconds. We didn't see any explosions on the thermals, but you have hostiles moving towards your position. Do you copy? Silence, 15 seconds. Squad, do you copy? What's going on?
Can anybody?
Bravo, you're cutting out. What is your status?
Can anybody find me?
Bravo, we read you. Are you okay?
Somebody.
Bravo, it sounds like you're singing. I think there's something wrong with your radio.
Radio Gaga. All we hear is Radio Gaga.
I don't understand what you're saying.
All we hear is Queen.
Is that what the projectile weapon did?
It's kind of magic.
So they have enormous weaponry. Alpha, get your team out of there.
One mission.
Alpha, you're scattered around the property, separated with no line of sight. You can't communicate with each other by radio.
It's so easy when you know the rules.
Alpha, you can't take on so many hostiles like this.
Here we stand or here we fall.
This is an order.
Don't stop me now.
Get your squad out.
We'll not let you go.
Get them out.
We will not let you go.
For the last time, you are disobeying a direct order to...
No, 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 no,
No.
no.
Well, I'm noticing for the record that Charlie, Delta, hostiles on your 4.
Sounds of spraying liquids, sizzling metal running. Gotta get out. Just gotta get right out of here.
Charlie, Delta are under fire. Can anyone support?
Under pressure. Momentarily out of action, temporarily out of gas. On your back. Don't look behind.
Everyone's pinned down. I told you. The subsonics from your resonators won't affect the androids.
Gotta get me a game plan. If I could only reach you. Can't see a way out. Be cool. Relax.
Alpha, I can get you reinforcements in another 20 minutes. I'm sorry, you guys are on your own.
Mama?
Charlie, it's okay, you're going to be...
Just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger. Now he's dead.
Charlie, are you saying you took out one of the androids? How?
With a laser beam. Guaranteed to blow your mind.
Charlie, I don't understand. You have to be more specific.
I'll make a supersonic man out of you.
What do you... Ultrasonic. Squad, resonators to ultrasonic. Aim for the head. And if you could let me know somehow if it's working.
Flash.
I'll take that as a yes.
You'll save every one of us.
Okay, squad. You still have around 12 hostiles in the junkyard with you. Aim to regroup at the barn and let your teammates know where the androids are. Look around, look around.
Freaking everywhere you turn. Little high. 200 degrees. Little low. Races are coming your way.
Holy crap, you're doing it. 6 hostiles gone. 7. Another one gone.
Another one bites the dust.
To me. To me.
I'm getting warmer now. I'll soon be turning around the corner now.
Okay. I got the 5 of you at the barn. The last androids are retreating to the house. Well, wait. I've seen lots of new heat signatures firing up in there. Dozens. Can you see them?
I see a silhouette of a man. Behind the curtain.
I'm not sure you can take out that many at once. I'll advise.
I try to through flash and thunderfire descend upon your earth.
Alpha, I do not copy. Are you after artillery? We don't have anything in range.
Pouring through your window pane. Out of the back door the bullets fly. I'm a shooting star, leaping through your skies.
Do you mean the drone?
You're getting in a fight. Better hold on tight. Now I'm waiting for something to fall from the skies.
Of course, we can fire an ultrasonic burst from the drone's sonar and take them all out at once.
And I want it now.
You got it. Drone on approach, firing now.
High-pitched squeal, metallic noises.
Alpha, confirm status.
Abandoned places. I guess we know the score. Oh yeah.
We've lost all the heat signals from the farmhouse. Correction. There's one left. It looks like that's our point of POI.
Let me step inside.
It should be on your right as you come through the main entrance.
I get down on my knees. You fucking maniac. Do you know how much those things cost?
I get down on my knees.
Fuck you. I'm not taking orders from some erratic.
There are plenty of ways that you can hurt the man and bring him to the ground.
You call that singing, you old oof?
You've got blood on your face, you big disgrace. Someone better put you back into your place. Alpha, confirm. Do you have the POI in custody? Alpha.
Confirmed. Managed to switch off his little machine too.
Hey, you can talk again.
Well observed, base.
Is the POI in custody?
Yes. Nothing a night in a cell won't fix. I'm sure he doesn't even think his little joke is quite so funny now. No sign of SCP-012 though.
Copy that. The rest of the squad is approaching your position.
Anyone home? Woohoo! Your face, robot, Freddie Mercury.
Alpha, now that you're able to...
We are champions, my friends.
Alpha, do you?
And we keep on fighting. To the end.
Alpha, report. What's going on there?
Sorry, base. Seems that the squad has a few, after effects for the anomaly. We'll update you shortly.
Alpha. Alpha.
No time for losers. Multiple voices. 'Cause we are. Transmission ends. And that is it of musical suspects.
Oh. Why? Why?
Why did you have to separate the paragraphs to be like one on the right, one on the left, one on the right, left, right, left, right, left? Oh, I'm gonna hate this. But anyways, is everyone in here ready for me to continue? I'm just gonna assume yes, because I don't see anyone in chat. Actually, I'll be right back. Because I have to go take a piss. And I'm back. Sure, Derna. Anyways, on to the next story.
Counterpoint. Interview transcript, Site Director's Office, date August 7th, 2016. Present. Site Director Praveen Aurora. Edward Barnes. Junior Researcher Emma Stark. Recording commences 1934.
Emma, for the record, I'd like to start by apologizing for the behavior of site security. They were a little too. They tased me and then confined me to quarters for weeks. Sorry, sir, but that's not why I signed on as a Foundation employee. As I said, I'm sorry about how you were treated. And your quarantine was merely a precaution against a potential medic hazard, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. So, what am I doing here?
I'd like to hear what you know about the musical anomaly that was stolen. SCP-012. Interview transcript holding cell 29-B. Date August 7th, 2016. Present Senior Security Officer Judith Parker, Commander Samuel Richards, and POI 463. Let's start with your name, for the record.
No, let's start with the fact that I've been imprisoned for weeks without due process. I have rights. I'm an American citizen.
An American citizen with a history of creating...
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, fuck. It's the way it's written. I got messed up. I had to reread it. I'm sorry, Danger Noodles. I fucked up. They put two test logs side to side. I mean, interview transcripts side to side. But it's also connecting a bit. Even though you're only supposed to read one at a time. Fuck. I had to start over. I'm sorry. Right.
Yeah. Interview transcript, Site Director's Office, date August 7th, 2016. Present Site Director Praveen Aurora, Edward Barnes, Engineer Researcher Emma Stark. Recording commences 1934. Emma, for the record, I'd like to start by apologizing for the behavior of site security. They were a little too...
They tased me and then confined me to the course for weeks. I'm sorry, sir, but that's not why I signed on as a Foundation employee.
As I said, I'm sorry about how you were treated. Your quarantine was merely a precaution against potential medic hazard, as I'm sure you'll appreciate.
So what am I doing here?
I'd like to hear what you know about the musical anomaly that was stolen, SCP-012.
Do you think I stole it?
Did you?
You know I couldn't have.
You might not have taken it from the containment, but the locks weren't broken, so whoever took it had access. You could have helped someone else steal it. It'd been their contact on the inside.
Then why aren't you looking for them? Hey, how's the retirement party went that song knocked me out. And if I stole 12, why would I have been asking about it even after I was stolen it? That doesn't make any sense.
Honestly, I don't think you could have done it, Emma. But I have to consider every possibility. Everyone at the party is a potential suspect.
Roger? At his age?
That's only a little older than my age.
Sorry, sir.
Roger was at the party. He has been exposed to 12 in the past. He could have sold it to an outside contractor for a chance at a better life and retirement.
I only met him once, but I can't imagine he would have done this.
Then what do you think happened, Emma?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what I know about 12.
Yes, of course, Barnes. Push back the next interview. Go ahead, Emma.
I guess you read the file, sir. But there's something about 12 that is much bigger than we knew. It's not that we have more pages than before, that the score is nearly finished. 12 seems to have a history, to have connections that we never anticipated.
What do you mean?
Well, for a start, Profetti X, SCP-2992, said something about scores. He said when they all have the scores, could there be more than one copy? Wait, in Sandoval's journal, he said something about our Lord being tossed to four corners of the earth. What if we only have part of the music? That would explain why it sounds cacophonous. We don't have the full score.
And what did 2992 mean by they? There's another group they're trying to tame the anomaly.
I don't know, but Jaden knows about music, and he knew 12. Something else, he said. A name, Saint Alagata.
Arakata. Bonds. Is she cleared to notice? No, sir.
Well, I think you'll need to get me cleared for it because the journal refers to Saint Alagata as well.
Saint Agatha. Are you sure it was a name?
Yes, and Jaden said it was returning. Whatever it is, it sounded horrific. Jaden said humanity would be destroyed. Something about everything coming together. Sir, I think this is serious. KM Sandoval died. Roger was almost sent mad, and the declass testing. If 12 is finished and someone plays it, something terrible could happen.
If someone plays it, but I thought it was a visual hazard. We haven't even classified it as auditory.
Sir, it's not a visual hazard, it's a cognitive... Oh my god, auditory. What are the auditory musical skips on the site?
12, of course. 92, 1398, 1860, 2112, 2402. Auditory is 2992.
What about acoustic?
126, 339, 932, 1493, 1860, and 2402 again. 2337.
Dedicated level 4 clearance. Jesus. And he knew it was a cognitive hazard. He knew the whole time.
Man, what are you talking about?
And Mike said he wasn't there during the recontainment. Commander Richards stole SCP-012.
What?
I know how it sounds, but he wasn't surprised at all by the CD we found at a retirement party. In fact, he tried to stop Mike looking at it. He has level 4 clearance for anything categorized auditory or acoustic. That includes all the skips that broke containment. And I bet it extends to anything musical, meaning it includes 12.
I don't. Bonds. Could you get records of Richard's movements? If Emily is right, we have covered his tracks. Get Risa onto it, and check his SCP database searches as well. Will do, sir. And find him.
Doors closing.
So talk me through what makes you think MDF Commander stole SCP-012.
So that's what I'm still doing here?
Well, you're the one who knows about musical anomalies and mimetic hazards.
I'm not sure where to start. Let's start with this. On Mount Golgotha isn't a visual hazard. Roger Anderson realized this, and Commander Richards knew it as well. He almost gave it away when talking about it. God, he lied so many times. Someone spiked the punch? He must have known it was the CD that knocked us all out. Everyone except...
So, then he releases more auto anomalies to keep the MTF inside securely busy while he stole 012.
Mike told me it took them ages, and he only appeared at the end. Shao nearly got killed. There's still something I can't work out from that night.
What's that?
Why did he release SCP-932? I mean, most of the skiffs he released from containment were harmless, but 932, those things have killed people.
Perhaps he was compromised by on Mount Golgotha and sent him over the edge.
I've seen people obsessed with 12. The commander didn't have any of the symptoms of someone affected by the anomaly. I've seen somebody D-class in its grips, and it's always the same. The complete obsession with the score, with trying to complete it at all costs, withdrawal symptoms when not around it, irritability, mood swings, inability to... Oh no.
Come on, what is it?
Sir, who has the executive editing privilege over the SCP database entries?
What? Riser, of course. I suspect I probably do, and a relevant project lead.
Sir, have you ever heard of a compulsive effect being exhausted?
Emma, what are you trying to... Where are you going with this? I've never heard of anything like that happen in a dozen years as site director.
Oh god, I could have been so stupid. It was Dr. Fearson.
What do you mean?
I saw him after the theft. He was devastated, twitchy, flustered. He was suffering withdrawal systems.
Door opening. Bonds. Good. Dr. Ferguson is my next interview, isn't he? Could you get them in here now?
What? What?
No, I'm sorry, sir. I was just coming to tell you. Dr. Ferguson is missing.
Oh god.
Missing. I wanted to find him for the next interview, but he is nowhere on site. Security detail thought he had been locked in his room. He could have been gone for days. Sir, we broke into his quarters. There are items in there, some of them associated with alchemic thaumaturgy, scraps of paper referring to Alagata.
Alligata?
How did security not detect this? Sir, there's more. We have a report from Site 73. A theft from one of the storage locations, an item taken, has an association with SCP-012, and I think Dr. Fearson's clearance was used to get in. Christ. He just walked in and stole it before we even knew he was missing.
2 thieves.
Bonds, get site security up here. I want explanations now. This is the worst breach of security we've had in years. Looks like you're right about 12. Emma, I would like you to take a role in capturing Fearson. Recovering 12 and finding any other squads out there.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Emma, we need your expertise. You're the one who worked out that Richards and Fearson were involved, and frankly, you're almost the only person who knows about 12 who hasn't betrayed the Foundation.
Okay, but if you need my help, there's some things I need too. I can't conduct that big an operation on my own. I'd like Roger Anderson to be involved as well.
Sure, I guess so, if he's willing.
To run a full investigation, I need other things. Promotion as senior researcher.
Well, I see what I can.
Appropriate authority and clearance.
Sure. We need to discuss that and do.
And if there's a chance that 12 might be in musical anomaly after all, then I'd like to be appointed acting commander of MTF 811.
Wait, what?
Interview transcript holding cell 29-B, date August 7th, 2016. Present, Senior Security Officer Judith Parker, Commander Samuel Richards, and POI 463 Charles Mace. Recording commences 2026.
Let's start with your name for the record.
No, to set the fact that I've been in prison for weeks without due process. I have rights as an American citizen.
An American citizen with a history of creating anomalous artistic works, including mimetic hazards, and I'm sure you appreciate that you're a long way outside standard jurisdiction.
What is he doing here?
I'm here and help work out whether you stole a musical anomaly called On Mount Golgotha.
Do you think I stole it?
Didn't you?
You know I didn't.
We know that you've had access to Foundation resources in the past. Amnestics and multiplied plasma. You're planning to use to harass Commander Richard's task force. You must have the contact on the inside. They could have helped you steal the music.
Then why aren't you looking for them?
Let's concentrate on you, Mace. How is it that one of your anomalous compositions ended up on a CD inside the Foundation, which is played at the exact time the scroll was stolen?
We don't have to understand your motives, Miss. You need to tell us how you smuggled that music into the Foundation.
How well do you know Roger Anderson?
Who?
Foundation agent. He has a history with stolen music, and he'd only be a little older than your age.
Our age?
Watch it, Mace. He could have brought your CD with him. I've been suspicious of him for some time. He could have shared your obsession with the music and given it to you for whatever your purposes.
One problem with your theory. I've never met this Anderson person.
Why don't we leave this topic? Tell us what you know about SCP-2402.
You should know there's a bigger picture to my arrest. Why don't you ask him? We have history.
This man was fixated on one of my team. He harassed her for years. It was her grave he was desecrating when we captured him. You have never been associated with any of the major anarch groups, have you, Miss? Didn't I want you? Is that why you became obsessed with Agent Smith? Didn't you think you could mean something to her?
Shut up. You know nothing about it.
So why are you trying to bring Zoe Smith back?
Don't say her name. You don't get to say her name.
Did you think she loved you? Do you think Zoe ever thought about you?
Fuck you. Say her name again and I'll...
You know what? Do you think you can be together if you brought her back? You and Zoe. Don't make me laugh. You're barely even a musician. You try to create art about failure. And you should know everything you've done, you failed at.
Mace.
No. I want him to hear this. Mace, you failed to join an artist. You failed to make a career of your art. No fame or fortune for you. Hell, even your shitty Rush cover band failed.
Fuck you. Fuck you both.
You failed to disrupt his task force. They barely noticed your events. The woman you claimed to love barely even knew you existed. You're a failure as an artist. You're a failure as a man. And now you failed to save Zoe. Even with the help of 2402. She's still ashes and dust.
Shut up. Shut up.
So why wouldn't you fail when you try to steal on Mount Golgotha?
I didn't steal it. He did.
What?
Ridiculous. You're trying to divert attention from his own. He's the one that gave me your SCP-2402. You know what I plan to do with it? It was my price for giving him the nightmare music. Although you were surprised when you remembered what I based it on, weren't you? I didn't know his plans, but he wanted a piece that would put everyone in earshot into a nightmare. Failed state for around an hour. Long enough to steal something, I bet.
Door opening. Whispered conversation.
What is this?
Commander Richards, I have Site Director orders to come to remand you on suspicion of theft of SCP-012.
Ha!
For the record, let's start with whether you admit or deny the charge.
No. Let's start with the fact that the accuracy is completely spurious and comes from a known anarchist. I am declared MTF officer.
With access to all the relevant anomalous items, including memetic assets, we found the real records, Commander. So you have to appreciate that things don't look good for you.
Well, what is he still doing here? Enjoying poetic justice.
Get him out. Doors closing. Now, what do you have to say about the theft of the musical anomaly on Mount Golgotha?
I guess it's time for the truth. SCP-012 is a cognitive hazard. It affects anyone with knowledge of it. The more knowledge, the more dangerous. Mace was telling the truth. I gave him access to 2402. Never thought we'd end up bringing him in. In return, Mace gave me music to put the party to sleep. To keep people out of the way. Bloody Hennessy, who was meant to be there, completely unaffected by the CD. So the squad got caught in too early. I needed more time. Never meant to put them in danger. It was only harmless distractions. I didn't know they would make enough noise for 339 to breach. Commander, where is SCP-012? It's safe, but I could tell you where it is. Commander. I'm serious. I know it's safely hidden, but not where. Target amnestic therapy. Well, there's at least one more question I have to ask. Why did you steal it? To keep it safe.
What do you mean it was in containment? The anomaly is more powerful than you realize. I think someone wants to misuse it, to kill with it. Someone inside the Foundation. That's why Mace's music had to induce nightmares. That's why I released 932. I thought it would converge on the person with the worst fears. The person compromised by SCP-012. The music is using people in order to be completed. It's like it's trying to come into existence, and the Foundation has been helping it. What do you mean? It's like the Foundation is deliberately trying to complete the school and running test after test. Are you assuming I believe a word you're saying? Have you got any hard evidence to back this up?
Look at the health records, the nightmares, and Agent Anderson had them. The girl too.
And dozens of others, but none of them are trying to complete on Mount Golgotha.
Oh God, how could I have been so blind? It was Dr. Fierce. He was the one who restarted testing on the anomaly. He had been working on it for 5 years. He has a musical background. He had nightmares at the retirement party. Everything fits.
Except he wasn't the one breaking in to steal it.
Not yet, but he could do something at any time.
What makes you so sure?
If he is still under influence of the anomaly, there's no telling what he's capable of.
Well, Commander, whatever your explanation, the fact remains that you are responsible for the worst breach of security at site testing in years.
But I'm right about Pearson.
That may be, but for now, you're relieved of your Foundation responsibilities.
You can't do that.
Pearson can't have acted alone. What about the girl? What about Anderson? That's no longer your concern, Samuel Richards. I'm hereby officially demoting you, pending a full investigation. You no longer have Class C privileges or Level 4 clearance, and you are relieved of your command of MTF Ada 11.
And that is it of Counterpoint. as well as the end of the first suit. So you finish prelude, first suit, all this stuff is the first testament, and second suit. Alright, I guess I'll continue going on. So, is here for anyone else? Okay. Alright, so the next story. Project Proposal 2014 2112 Dreams of Failure. Title Dreams of Failure. Material requirements: a mixed choir of 128 performers, SATB. Sheet music. Sound canceling headphones for choir, conductor, and other attendees. 500 milliliters blood plasma from an SCP-1237 1 liter positive individual. Type O preferred. SCP Foundation Mobile Task Force Eta 11 Savage Beast. And finally, Foundation grade glass W Nestics. Abstract. Dreams of Failure is a performance intended to expose members of an SCP Foundation task force to a mild reality-bending effect for the purpose of observing their reaction to belief that their lives and achievements have amounted to nothing, and that they are failures as human beings. This is to be achieved through the application of 3 components: a choral piece intended to indulge consciousness, the application of reality bender's blood in order to induce lucid dreaming, and the injection of short-term amnestics to steal the effect in the subject's memories. The choral piece is a 45-minute composition for mixed choir, with vocalizations consisting primarily of diphthongs chosen to highlight particular dissonances in a transition between tonal clusters, a range of clicking sounds, and rhotic consonants, interspersed with brief snippets of English language lyrics from popular music expressing themes of failure, irrelevance, and futility. Exposure to the sound collage is intended to affect sections of the brain which should induce consciousness and REM sleep in any listeners not wearing hearing protection. Shortly after induction of unconsciousness, subjects are to be injected with a mixture of amnestic chemicals and blood plasma acquired from a person possessing the ability to alter reality via lucid dreaming. This injection, coupled with the ongoing choral performance, should induce subjects to experience vivid dreams about real or image personal failures. While the reality-altering effects induced by the cocktail will not be of sufficient force to affect the real world, the end result will be that the subjects should believe that their dreams are accurate memories of real life, and the amnestic component should assure that the memory of the dream is not lost upon awakening. Upon conclusion of the choral piece, all performers should evacuate the performance site within 15 minutes, as subjects should begin to awaken around that time.
Internal sources within Foundation are to acquire copies of any after-affection reports filed by the subjects and any diaries or video/sound recordings made by them regarding their experience and their memories, which are to be considered part of the piece and are to be made available for viewing at the exhibition. Intent. The Portland outbreak was closest brush I've ever had with real and total failure. Sure how long it had been floating around before I caught it off. That band that unexpectedly showed up at the jazz club and was allowed to play Rush for 45 minutes, but I've never been quite the same since. My lifelong dreams of conducting and composing for human voice went out the window. All I wanted to do was share the music of Rush with as many people as I could. The very next day, we had practice and I threw out the sheet music. I started teaching the choir the lyrics to Bastille Day. We nearly had it down before the Foundation quarantined the town and started doping everyone up. Things went back to normal after that, mostly. People didn't think about Rush the way they did during the outbreak, or about the outbreak at all, as if it never happened. Not sure I got the dose of drugs I was supposed to, though. Maybe they didn't give me enough. Maybe I'm naturally resistant, or whatever it was they dosed everyone else with. I remember almost all of it. The way the music swept through the town, the way all other forms of art just felt irrelevant. I don't feel the urge to cover Rush like I used to, but it's still there nagging at the back of my mind, like an itch needing to be scratched. I can't help but marvel at how close my career, my calling, came to being over if I let that urge take control. My goal since then has been to explore the nature of failure through my music. Ever since I became part of this organization, I've been learning more and more about the foundation that stopped the outbreak, the tools they use, and the individuals who led the quarantine. And amongst them, I met Zoe, and my life changed. I won't bore you with the details of our interactions over the years. As enemies, rivals, grudging allies, I would have told her I loved her if it wouldn't have compromised both of us. I learned so much from her over the years, and then, as my dreams had almost been plucked from me in Portland, they were plucked from me again when an accident of genetics took her from us. Her comrades in that squad, the ones who intervened in Portland, had struck me as being so confident, so sure of themselves, so capable. What would it be like if I turned my artistic efforts in the direction of their failures as human beings? And what if, instead of just describing it to them, I could make them experience it, feel the way I had felt after Portland, the way I felt after Zoe died, and document every aspect of it? Would that not vindicate my fight against the urge in my head to give up everything and start a shitty cover band? I've dedicated my career to the study of failure. Perhaps through illustrating their failure, I can find success. And that's it of that project proposal, and also hello, Chew. How are you doing, Chew? How is it going? No answer. Got it.
Anyways, I guess I'll do the next story.
Enjoy the silence. I like it here. I've always liked the little pockets of forest left over between cities. The places where it wasn't worth anyone's time to level the ground or log the trees. It's not exactly the wilderness, but it's peaceful enough to give you the feeling. And there probably aren't bears. Since my eardrums got busted, of course, it wasn't the same. The sunlight and shadows were the same, but half the quietness of the woods is actually the little sounds of leaves and twigs and maybe water. Just enough noise to make you feel like there's hardly any. Sometimes people ask me with those long, pitying faces, how can I live without music or voices? But I think it's not not silence that I missed most. When we secured this place back in '03, and the others told me how the sound was baffled, almost out of existence, I figured, hey, everyone hears the same nothing here. I'm not missing anything. I guess I was pissed off at Mace for a while. When we found he brought Smith here, who the hell did he think he was? What gave him the right? But whenever I had some time off in the area, I would come up here and sit, and it started to make sense. Nowhere safer in the world. Xiao's saying something. The others looked at her like they can almost hear her. Dee rolling her eyes and waves impatiently at the area. Xiao signs and starts signing instead. Any ideas? I think it's pretty obvious. Richard signs. Maybe it's just a visit. He made this place for her, and the supplies he can keep away. Dee and Xiao nod, but something's bugging me. Something I've forgotten. It's happened more often than I'd like these days. I should know why this is important, but it's jammed in a crevice in my head, and I can't dig it out. Up the hill, I can feel years of dead leaves crunch under my feet. I can't remember the sound anymore either, but half of it comes through the soles of your shoes anyway. Speech, speech to text scrolls down my HUD as D grumbles about the hill. But I tune it out as usual. I find the right vantage point behind a tree, leaning back from the crown. From there, I can see moving undergrowth in 3 directions. Where my teammates are coming, and one sorry-looking old man. Older than me, with a gun shoved in his belt, standing in a shaft of afternoon sunlight like he planned it. Knowing him, he probably did. There's an older iPod and a pair of portable speakers sitting next to the Karen he left for Specialist Zoe Smith, and a hole in the ground just before them, and a tarnished silver urn, overturned. A white sheet over the spilled contents.
I hope they would send you.
Jaws makes signs to me.
I hope I wouldn't find you.
I respond. Haven't you done enough for her?
Not yet.
iPod screen shows something playing. Of course, no one else can hear it either. I flip on the HUD's zoom function to read the screen.
It's safe. It's safe for us. The sound waves won't travel far enough, but it'll work for her.
2402. I say out loud. It feels hoarse, and for a moment, I'm not sure if the software picked it up properly. But then I see Richard's face through the branches of red leaves across the clearing. About 1 o'clock. He looks, I don't know what that look is, but he damn sure knows what's happening. He's trying to bring her back.
She knew this song before.
May smiles.
I'll teach it to her again.
My sheet ripples a little. The leaves aren't moving.
I thought that all I could do was give her peace. I should have known it wasn't enough. I won't fail her again.
You must see now I'm watching over his shoulder, because he turns and pulls his gun on Richards. From the way his head moves, I think he must be talking. Good luck with that. Richards can't lip read for shit. And then Xiao just walks out of the bushes at my 3. Her hands are empty, and it's hard to tell through the glare on her visor. I think she might be crying. What does she think she's doing?
It started going downhill when she left.
She signs to Richards.
It fell apart when she died. We need her back.
Oh. We can't just come out of the woods with a dead colleague. Richard signs. But I can definitely read that expression. And it's, please talk to me. Talk me into this. If I ever saw it.
We're facing armed resistance, Xiao signs. No alternative. If we can't stop him.
She and Smith were close. For me, she was the kind of friend you make it work. You're glad to see them there. But nothing follows you home. It felt more when she was on leave than when she died. But that doesn't mean Xiao is wrong, does it? Maybe we never had 8 of 10s catch it. But we did lose something, and it wasn't just skill set or someone to spend coffee break with. She was the heart, or maybe the spine. Something you can't replace. Makes looks from Richard to Xiao, then smiles and tucks his gun back into his belt.
We cannot go back, he signs. I lost something too. When she died, don't we all want another chance to fix our old failures?
Sure, don't we all, if it were that easy. But what if it is? What if this is all that it takes, and you really can go back? Richard stands upright all of a sudden. Failure. He signs, and his hands are trembling. Paris, and the song at the party. The memory I was digging all of a sudden tumbles out. Decades ago, we called out to Summons Nos, Definus, Magnificis. It must have been the 84 because the organizers wanted us to mop up after this pretentious little shit Smith kept running into. Someone who kept harping on how everybody around him was a failure, except for him, of course. And this time he written some interminable poem requiem that turned half the anarchistic enthusiasts in Europe into screaming neurotics. Because of the nightmares.
I was wondering when you'd figure it out.
May signs, looking at one smug and disappointed.
Consider yourself lucky. Original plans for that piece were far more elaborate.
Richards looks stunned. He's saying something to himself, but I can't quite catch it. I make a move towards the iPod, which was just kept on playing while we debate. They burned her body to ashes and laid her in an unmarked grave, and suddenly I'm glad for that sheet. How long now before those ashes swell into blackened meat and reeking rendered fat, wrapping around unshattered bones, slick with jellied blood? Xiao stops me. I try to pull away, but she's got her fingers dug deep into my arm, and she's not letting go.
She wouldn't have known right away.
Mace signs.
She wouldn't have forgotten me. No one will forget me anymore. She fought it.
Xiao shouts silently at me. shaking my arm to make me look. Her face is grotesque behind the visor, wretched with this desperation, streaked with tears and with colored lights from HUD. She wanted to live, and the Foundation could have saved her. She begged them to save her. There's a dozen skips that could have done it, but they let her die. Yeah, she fought it. It chewed up her belly and bred in her bones, and still doctors tried to burn it out. She wouldn't let them stop. They drowned her in poison, and she still called for more. Last time I saw her, she was yellow as old linoleum skin, hanging loose even on her skull. She was so thin, and that's where she'd wake into life, too weak to scream. You have to give her this chance. This is what she would have wanted. You know it is, you know it. Yeah, I know it. I don't care. I don't want it. I grab a noisemaker off my belt. 110 decibels, 30 seconds. More than enough. Zoe tries for it, she misses. Maze turns around just in time to see the sonic grenade land dead center on the sheet. He pulls his gun on me, but doesn't fire. He knows it's too late. The air ignites around us. There's no way this many butterflies could live in a small area, but here they all are anyway. The guard's mace created the defender. He was right. The first time she didn't belong in an armored grave. She belongs here, safe, at rest after that last terrible fight, and all the ones that went before, not dragged backward, out of an ugly, lingering death, just because sometimes it's hard to let go. As the monarchs swarm her grave, I can see the tiny jewel green pellets dropping out of the air. 2402's only defense, shrinking them back into the chrysalics. It won't be enough. I can feel the pressure shift against my poor blown out eardrums, and I know the silence has won. Mace is screaming, pulling at his hair. Gun's still in your hand, buddy. Bad idea. Better let me have that so you don't hurt yourself. It's probably not necessary to hit him in the face, too. But I can't for the life of me see why I shouldn't. Shadow and Richards come out of cover, looking perplexed. The both of them, whether from sensory deprivation or something else I can't tell. Dee scrambles up from my left a few seconds later. How much of this she put together is anybody's guess, but she looks approving. Satisfied anyway. A good day's work. She puts the restraints on Mace, none too gently, and gives me a thumbs up. I pick my way through the trimmer of orange and black wings to recover the iPod and its speakers. When I turn back, Shao is looking at the ragged grave where no butterflies have landed. I don't think she meant for me to see her face. And that's it of Enjoy the Silence. Alright. Give me a moment, Danger Noodles, as I get something to help me. With my throat. I'll be right back.
And I'm back. Alright. I guess now I'll continue on to finish 012's story. Wriggle like a fucking eel. Take a deep breath, Stella. Breathe. Whenever you're ready, you may begin. Seek Dawn watched as his student masterfully performed her fingers gliding and the bow striking the strings with intensity. Years of practice have paid off, and he felt that she had finally grown into the young, confident player he imagined she would be. It was astonishing that the way her posture was perfected, how she struck the strings without a single moment of self-doubt, how deftly she handled sudden transitions and tempo. It was as if she was a lifelong master. At the end of the piece, his most prized student looked up at him. How did I do? She seemed hesitant, shaking a bit and catching her breath. You did absolutely wonderful. You handled that like a champion. Zeke smiled and patted her head as Stella quickly regained confidence and beamed back at him. Thank you so much. Do you think I'm ready to perform for next week, Mr. Don? Stella asked, her eyes wide. Door opened as someone looked in, smiling at the two and waving. They both waved back. You're more than ready. I'd keep practicing. Next week is our last lesson before the competition. Be sure to meet me at your school the next day so I can wish you good luck, okay? Stella nodded as she started to pack up and leave. The woman walked over to them, situating herself near her daughter and waiting. Same as usual, she asked. Yep, although just for you, Mary, I'll let you pay half at $45. Zeke confidently quipped, a sly smile growing on his face. A few seconds of silence hung between them before Mary handed him $90. His smile dropped for a bit as he took the money and stuffed it in his pockets. But you're still alright with getting dinner tonight. It's not often I'm able to have a free night with you. Then the look she gave him made his smile drop. Mary moved much closer to Zeke, dropping her voice down to a whisper. Not here, Zeke. We've had this talk before. At least one last date tonight. It would be nice to go out on amicable terms, right? A bit more silence before Mary backed up a bit and sighed. Sure, her little lessons. Yes, ma'am. But this is it, she exclaimed sternly before heading by the door where Stellan had headed. She waved to Zeke, smiling. See you next week, Mr. Dunn. Stella yelled as Zeke smiled and waved back. See you next week. Zeke replied as he immediately started to cut off all emotional ties. The lights flashed on when D-7294 entered the testing area, and he covered his eyes to shield them from most of the brightness. It was a sensation you could never get used to in testing, and it was easily the worst part of any day. The intercom switched on with that horrendous buzzing noise, added to displeasure. Test number 14. Subject D-7294. Date is September 23rd, 2013. Researcher Tyler Jensen and Dr. Thron hardly observing. D-7294. Please have a seat in the chair directly in front of the mannequin SCP-847 and converse with it. You may also lightly interact with it.
Do not damage the item. Testing shown lasts no longer than 20 minutes. Testing begins now. The intercom switched off, and D-7294 took a good look at the object in the room. The mannequin, it looked decrepit, worn down, horrendous. It had hair on it, clothes, all its body parts. But even just sitting in a chair on the other side of the room, you could tell how pitiful it looked. He hadn't felt this disgusted looking at something resembling a woman in a long time. 20 minutes to interact with an ugly mannequin like this would feel like an eternity. So he sat down in a chair and started to observe. It shuddered. 7294 looked taken aback, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? It wasn't the most shocking or good taste display he saw since being a D-class, but it was repulsive in its own right. As he watched, it made small, sudden adjustments to its position and suggestive motor noises. It looked like a puppet being pulled on its strings. He could only watch in fascination as the body doing this, as it kept doing this, as if it was inviting him, wanting him to play. He looked her over, the length of her body, the unmoving lips, the parts of her body so obviously meant for him to observe. 10 minutes passed like this, and intercom buzzed. D-7294 refused to participate in this testing. I'm watching. He interrupted sharply. Carry on then. It was then the mannequin stood up, gasping and leaning in his direction, and he felt his heart soar. Harry and Mason's was bustling with activity that summer night, as waiters and waitresses scrambled to serve the tourists eating there, and bartenders went to satiate the rush of patrons grabbing a drink. Mary was staring down at her plate, eating, as Zeke looked at her face, attempting to study her and break the ice between them. Aside from placing their order, they had not spoken once since being set. "Salute, Mary." She didn't respond, though her eyes looked up for a second to glance at him. She made no effort to give further attention. "Look, I know you don't want to keep dating me, but I don't at least deserve some time to teach your daughter. Stella is just a lovely student, and with more practice than her belt, she could do more than win boarding school competitions." "How old is she, Zeke?" Well..." His response hung in the air. 13. You've been teaching her for 40 years, and you don't even remember how old she is. Well, age isn't important when you're trying to become a world-class musician. Mary looked even less amused. For fuck's sake, you don't even think anything else of her. Never even been. I've never been anything to you either, except for some object of worth. Though she kept her voice down while arguing, her mannerisms started to draw attention to the two of them. For the first time in years, he felt slightly put off. After a minute of silence, Mary spoke up again. "We're moving after a competition, making sure you don't ever come near us again." More silence passed, and Zeke poked at his food, looking up every once in a while to see if anyone was still paying attention to the both of them. Each second passed by seemed a month's worth. A waiter came by and collected Mary's plate as she finished her meal. "I'll see you next week then." Wait, hold on. "I'll see you next week then." Mary didn't respond as she grabbed her purse and walked outside back to her car. Zeke sighed as he stared at his food. The way the mannequin headed over to where 7294 was sitting was erratic, its movements making little sense for what it tried to do, dragging its plastic legs, shambling over to him. It almost set even him on edge. Repulsion rose up in him, but as it got near him, he wondered. He stood up, leaning over it, trying to see if he could intimidate it. It stopped and froze. You're adorable, aren't you? He muttered, grabbing its arm and moving it around. It made me more suggestive noises while 7294 played with it. You know what I want. And you know what you want. What you were made for. He let it go, walked around behind it, grabbing various body parts to move around and pose. Can you really do anything else besides whimper and moan? Is that even that too much for you to do? He ran a hand across his eyes, showing how real they felt. Real eyes, porcelain skin. Your hands feel like cheaper than everyone else. You can't ever talk to me out like this, could you? Dumb animal. It continued making sounds, this time sounding vaguely fearful. 7294 let go and walked back to his front, feeling its hands and fingers. Begged for me. It continued making the same sounds. Make some actual unique sounds this time. Nothing to change. You can't even serve one purpose when you're made for it, can you? Do you feel anything? No response except for the same sounds. What will change? He broke off a finger. Nothing. Useless. You could immediately faintly hear sounds of guards rushing towards the testing chamber. As he let go and backed away, the mannequin erratically jerking towards his position. The intercom buzzed. D-7294. You were instructed not to damage the item. Testing is over. The guards opened the door and started to forcefully drag him out. He didn't resist, continuing to stare at the mannequin until the doors closed. He sighed, feeling slight disappointment mixed with a rush of thrill. 15 meters away from the area, heading towards an intercom room, he could hear screaming and the sound of something breaking. He grinned and felt warmth in his head. Suspect name released in Tallahassee double murder by Jesse Soren, May 1st, 2013, 10:36 p.m. Tallahassee police have announced that Zeke Dunn was the suspect arrested at 7 p.m. last Saturday for the killing of Mary Mitchell, 34, and Stella Mitchell, 13. Police were called to investigate the disturbance at Tallahassee residence, where they found Dunn, 37, covered in blood as he dug holes outside. Responding officers found Mary and Stella Mitchell's bodies in the living room. Officials found parts of the 5 to 8 more partially decomposed bodies in the basement, kitchen, and bedroom of Dunn's home. The additional victims have not yet been identified. While preliminary investigation has suggested that the Mitchells were killed by gunshot wounds, autopsy found they both died of blunt trauma several hours after being shot, as well have been mutilated for an extended time after death. Dunn is being held without bail, accused of at least 7 first-degree murders. Prosecutors stated that he will not be charged until the number of victims can be determined. Officials added that the investigation is continuing and more details will be released in the coming weeks. Related articles. Locals remembered that the Mitchells, the tragedy will never be forgotten. Protests surrounding the death penalty. 7294 laid in his bed that night, absent-mindedly thinking of the encounter earlier with the mannequin. It was the first real sense of enjoyment he had gotten in months, although from how the researchers had talked to him, he had a distinct feeling he wouldn't be returning to see it again. It was fun playing with it while he could, at least. The memory of his fun was burned into his mind. To enjoy for weeks forwards, he rolled, looking at the ceiling sign. He stuck out his thumb and index fingers to resemble a tweezer, and started plucking at nothing, humming about Mary's little lamb, her fleece as white as snow. Okay, so I'm kind of confused how that has much to do with SCP-012? But it is on the timeline.
It's only 2 stories left, and then SCP-012 will be done. Is everyone in chat good to go on to hear the next story? I have to assume yes. Alright, then I shall continue. Lessons for old dogs. Mike, look out! Yelled Shao. The brass city was collapsing around them. Mike slammed to a stop as an enormous bell crashed to the ground in front of them. The players must be losing precision, he panted. Why did they use a brass band? Shao yanked him onto the pavement as the drumskin sheet tore open. Trust me, she said. You don't want to be here when it's catgut and piano wire. Lifting a streak of silver gray hair back from her temples, Shao spoke into her headpiece. H, where are you? We need to wait. We need to get out. 4 blocks away, Agent Hennessy looked past the text on his visor as the massive beast a few feet from him, its powerful metallic legs were curled into a couch, valves pulsating rhythmically. It turned its head back and forth, and its simple jaws opened, emitting a longhorn note of challenge. If he made any noise, it would sense him. His right hand pressed to the communicator on his belt, trying to move as slow as possible. 333C. Stuck. You go. A nearby flute tower crumbled and fell, scattering nickel-silver keys across the road. SCP-333-C sprang instinctively towards the noise, turning its back on Hennessy. He ran. Carter and Shao were running too, desperately trying to avoid the rain of bronze and steel debris. Ahead, Mike could see the performance hall, the exit. As they reached the doorway, he turned back to look for Hennessy. The streets were full of twisted metal, but empty of life. Door frames shook as another building fell. Shao was shouting into her headset. H, please, tell us where you are. Heading too far. Where will I find you? Even as Shao said it, they heard the bellowing horn again. No, get out. Tell them stop playing. The shaking was getting worse. A door-sized reed slid from the hall's roof and thudded into the pavement in front of them like a guillotine. If they stop playing, you'll die, said Shao, frantic. Not dead. Stasis. The howls of the C were louder now. Mike saw it and burst out of the building up the street. It ran towards them, claws tearing through the shining sidewalk. Shao, it's coming for the exit. We have to go. Mike grabbed Shao's arm. She looked at him with pleading eyes. The beast was almost on them. H, I can't, she said into the headset. Come back from me. They left through the doorway. The concert hall was silent, expectant. She looked out, dazzled by the stage lights. If there was an audience out there, it was shrouded in blackness beyond. Blackness like the mouth of a deep pit.
like an open throat ready to. Emma found her focus, bringing herself back. She was wearing a black shirt and trousers, appropriate for a performer, but also reminiscent of her new MTF uniform. She wanted to look to her left, but couldn't manage it. She needed to look professional in front of the darkened hall. Instead, she stole a glance downwards. There was a music stand in front of her, but the score sitting on it seemed blurry. Still, she didn't need it. Behind her, Emma sensed the unseen orchestra as it stretched itself and then coiled, ready to spring, ready for the baton signal. Who was holding that baton? Emma still couldn't not turn to look. No one stretched endlessly. The bright, straight stage, the developing dark, all on the razor's edge. Emma felt a prickling at the nape of the neck. As the orchestra took off, Emma strained to concentrate on the music. She could hear notes, even an occasional chord, but the full sweep and scope of the work eluded her. What was left were scraps of jangling discord, impossible to piece together. Emma breathed deeply. Her cue was coming. From the corner of her eye, Emma saw the conductor half turn. This was her chance. As the baton flashed down like a lightning strike, Emma spun sharply to look left. The conductor was shrouded in black, darker even than the hall itself. Its face was a pallid carnival mask, featureless, but for a leering grin. The eyes were black and empty. And as Emma stared, it loomed closer and larger above her, seeming to fill the hall, to fill the world, and Emma heard it scream. She woke up to the sight of Agent Sherry Wilson leaning over her. "Hey, how you feeling?" Came Wilson's calming voice, eyes adjusting to the lights. Emma looked around the sleep lab, adrenaline still pumping. "Did you see it?" she asked. "Most of it," replied Sherry. "I was in the back of the audience, but it went differently this time, right? You seem to have more control." Emma breathed deliberately, trying to slow her heart. "Yes, I changed my clothes and I managed to turn." As the dream faded, it was easier to remember why she was doing this. "I could even hear the music, some of it anyway." "I could see them playing, but I didn't hear anything." Sherry scanned through the readings on the touchscreen next to Emma's bed. Of all the members of MTF Omicron Row that Emma had worked with, she seemed to be the most thorough, the most collected.
"This is much better, Emma,"
she continued.
"Good alpha waves levels, and your breathing stayed steady. Just need to work on staying locked in the dream, even when something surprising happens." Actually, I won't need to worry about waking up," said Emma. "How have the others been going?"
Sherry gave an involuntary glance across the empty beds on the other side of the room.
"They're definitely improving. We tried Hennessy's Zhao and Kata, and in a few SCP-333 scenarios. The musical city? That's appropriate."
Emma smiled and sat up.
"They're adapting well to the dreams, staying lucid, finding solutions."
Sherry sounded genuinely impressed.
Hennessy actually came up with something I haven't seen anyone try before. "Good.
Emma's smile grew determined.
That's very good. I'd like to run some scenarios, please. When can you schedule me in?"
Sherry's look of concern only lasted a fraction of a second, but Emma spotted it.
"I'm not sure,"
said Sherry, folding her arms.
"Unless you're fully trained, we normally wouldn't advise more than 3 sessions a week.
Emma frowned.
Let's make it tomorrow. I don't have that much time.
Agent Sandra D staggered from the tunnel, and ringing in her ears fading. She dropped to one knee, out of breath, and trying not to retch from the corner of her eye. She could see a man step towards her, holding a clipboard and stopwatch. 37 minutes, 19 seconds. Said Sergeant Graham Towers of MTF Zeta 9. Not bad for a first run through the grinder, especially at your... Dee swung her head up fiercely, but the movement was too sudden. Black spots filled her vision, and she almost collapsed. She waved away the agent's proffered hand and shut her eyes tight. Sergeant Towers had clearly been trained to keep candidates talking after they got through the course. You never considered joining the mole rats, then?
Wasn't an option at the time,
said Dean through gritted teeth. That's a shame. You did a good job, particularly with the gravitational distortion sections. A tip for the perspective null room. You can make it quicker progress with one or even both eyes closed, although you got unlucky with your route, hitting that straight after sensory deprivation.
Uh-huh.
Dee had heard enough. Her head was still throbbing. She lifted herself gingerly into the Jane Towers offered. 20 minutes later, she was still sitting there, just outside the exit from Mole Rat Maze, watching the sergeant look anxiously at his watch. An hour is the limit. I'm going to have to go in, he said more to himself than her. Just as he put down his clipboard, there was a noise from the tunnel. Towers raced over as Roger Anderson emerged, slumping to the ground, rolling on his back. Anderson's chest heaved, and Dee watched as Towers checked his pulse and pupils before grabbing some oxygen from his med pack. Dee stood slowly, making sure she had her balance back, and rolled over to where Roger was lying. He had taken off the oxygen mask, but was still too weak to sit up. Agent D brought her boots together with a snap right next to his head.
So, Anderson, looking forward to be back in the field?
Towers shot her a look. She met his gaze.
Come on, Towers, she said. Surely you set a new record for the octogenarians.
She spotted the stopwatch still around Towers' neck. There you are, Anderson. 59 minutes, 12 seconds. Roger groaned.
Why is it always 12?
Emma was starting to get used to 2 meetings with Site Director's office. She tried to sit while Director Aurora walked slowly around his desk to sit across from her. Director unclasped his hand and spread them apart, palms up. Clearly a practice gesture. So, Commander Stuck. How's the training going? He was stalling. Emma knew he had seen the reports. She aimed to keep his voice light.
The team is performing well, generally strong results considering. We could use a few more members, though. Have you had any luck with recruits?
It wasn't what she had scheduled the meeting for, but it would be a start. Director Aurora was clearly growing accustomed to her newfound directiveness. He smiled, though she thought she caught a flash of misgiving behind it. I think I have 2 good pieces of good news for you there, he said. Dr. Bettina Renard is a senior memetics researcher who is joining us from Site 17, and Charlotte Flores, who has been recruited to a Carnitas hazard, but her supervisor has gone on medical leave.
That's good, said Emma. We could use some more specialists. I know exactly what Dr. Renard can start with. I don't suppose they have any musical background?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Replied, replied the director. But they should be here with you soon, so you'll be able to find out. You have D class who understand is fairly musical, but I'm not sure you want him in your squad. Aurora paused. Emma waited. About to your other request, he continued finally. I can see why you want to do it, but I don't know if I can authorize.
Sir, with respect, if we're serious about learning more about 12, then I think it's the best way forward. The team will be ready.
Will they? Said Aurora. I'd like to hear your full risk analysis first.
Emma tried to stay calm. Okay, sir. There are 4 key elements to consider. As she left the room 15 minutes later, Emma realized her hands had been clenched so hard they left fingernail marks on her palms. The spare lab room was almost empty as Mike and Hennessy walked in. All of the equipment had been cleared out, leaving just 4 rows of benches and stools, one of which was occupied by a dark-haired young woman reading. "Hi," said Mike. "You must be Charlie." The woman looked up from her test. "Charlie," she said. "That's what my family always called me." "Nice to meet you, Charlie. I'm Mike, and this is H." Mike indicated the smiling Agent Hennessy beside him. "Welcome to Ada 11. H? Asked Charlie with a quizzical look. "For Hennessy." Mike turned to him, grinning. "Or is it hearing loss? I can never remember."
Hey,
said Hennessy loudly. "Turn it down," signed Mike, and continued. "H is deaf, as you may have worked out. He can talk, but we try not to let him. Never has anything interesting to say."
I'll give you interesting.
Signed Hennessy, and then saw Charlie's non-puzzled look.
Mike, you're freaking her out. Stop being weird.
What did he say?" Charlie asked, unsure whether to direct the question. Mike didn't miss a beat. "I should just apologize for being weird, so it's out." He grabbed the back of his head where Hennessy had cuffed him playfully. "Okay, I'm sorry, Charlie. I was just messing around with H. But it's not fair when you don't know us. You'll regret ever joining 811. "Oh no, that's okay," said Shirley, settling her hands back down on her book. "To be honest, I'm glad for the change. My last posting, well, it ended a bit strangely. Still, it's been pretty full-on start. Never knew how much training a task force needed." "Neither did we," Mike laughed. "Did you do the Motorite maze yet?" "God, yes. That was ridiculous. I couldn't." Charlie cuts off as the door to the lab opened and a researcher walks in. She was slightly stiff, as if uncertain she was in the right room. She carried a sack of what looked like VR goggles, held in place with her chin. "Is this Mobile Task Force 811? Her voice had the slightest hint of a European accent. "This is all of you. There is no one else?" "You saw Shao, Sandra, and Roger on Tuesday, right?" Mike replied. "So yeah, apart from Emma, that's all of us." Mike waited for a response, eventually wilting in a woman's stare. "We're kind of a small NTF."
he added. No one hesitated, lips pursed before putting the sets of goggles on the bench with a half sigh. Okay, my name is Dr. Reynard, Senior Memetics Liaison at 11. She pushed a few graying hairs back from her face. I'll be running your memetic resistance test today.
What test?
Signed Hennessy wearily. Dr. Reynard handed out goggles and gave them each an electronic grip topped with a button. On these headsets, you will experience a typical task force activities in a range of environments where you perceive danger or determine that a defensive action is required. You will press the button on your grip. The presentation includes a series of perception-altering stimuli, which I've myself designed. These are quite safe, but will test your medical resistance on various measures. Reduced attention span, slower reaction times, impaired judgment, and fine motor control.
So it's like a game then?
Asked Charlie. It is a test, replied Dr. Renner with a curt nod. You will be scored for both speed and accuracy in recognizing and responding to legitimate threats.
Can you tell us the score to beat?
Asked Mite, pulling the goggles on his head.
I mean, from Tuesday?
Dr. Renner paused. It was rather interesting, actually. Most of the team here in the average range, but Agent D was in the 95th percentile across all measures.
Makes sense,
Mike chirped.
After the number of times she tested. Ow! Again, H?
Hennessy scowled at Mike, who looked chastened.
I mean, I guess Agent D has a lot of exposure to mind-altering anomalies.
D? H? Do you all have letters? Charlie pushed the goggles up from her eyes to ask.
Oh, no. D is definitely your name,
said Mike hurriedly.
Like John D? Cool. I was transferred to alchemic studies,
said Charlie. Dr. Renard coughed. If you are all ready now, shall we get on with the test? She flicked a switch on the center console as they lowered their goggles and tightened the straps. Last thing Mike heard before the headphones kicked in was Hennessy's voice, counting down from 100 in multiples of 7. 4 days later, the lab was full again, with a whole of 8 out of 11 in attendance. Shao and Mike were sitting with Charlie, laughing at something on her phone. Behind them, Roger Anderson and Dr. Reynard were deep in debate. Agent D lunged in the back of her corner, chatting with Hennessy, who was struggling to sign with a half-eaten sandwich in one hand. They looked up as the door opened and Emma came in. Agent Shao jumped from her chair and stood, and the others joined her, with the exception of D, who looked coolly from the back of her room.
That's not necessary, guys,
said Emma, blushing slightly and waving them to sit again. As they were doing so, another man entered. He was mid-50s, short and lean, with bushy gray hair and a thin beard. He walked into the room as if expecting it to lunge forward and swallow him. Charlie was only one to recognize him, whispering to Mike,
"Oh my god, do you know who?"
She was interrupted by Emma, whose voice betrayed both her discomfort with giving speeches and a feeling that she was obliged to give one.
I know you've been wondering why we've been training so hard. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to tell you that. The truth is, I've only just received approval from the site director to let you know our next mission. Since SCP-012 was stolen, we have almost had no clear leads. Ex-Commander Richards has no memory of where he hid the score. The Foundation has been unable to track Dr. Fearson or find out who his associates are. We know so little about the anomaly itself, but we have one source of information and I intended to pursue it.
Emma looked at the expectant faces of the MTF, her MTF. Xiao gave her a brief smile of support. She continued,
That's the reason for all of the training so far, and I'm afraid there's more to come dealing with spatial anomalies, magnetic resistance, lucid dreaming. We're gonna need all of that.
They had started to understand, thought Emma. Dee had come off the back wall and was sitting straight. Roger was pushing his glasses up over widened eyes. Dr. Raynard was nodding, and we saw Mike turn to Charla in sudden realization.
So now that we have official approval, there's someone we need to speak with. 811, this is Dr. Clásido Narvaez. We're going to Aligata. And that is it of this story. Lessons for old dogs. Does anyone... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hmm? Alright. So, I'm gonna be right back. Before we read the final story in the storyline. That's right, the final one. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm fucking back. Sorry about that. Apparently the storm cut off my power. For a few seconds. But I'm back. Everything's okay now. fucking hate. Well, it wasn't just the power being cut off. My fucking OBS refused to work too. Saying like, oh no, I'm not gonna open. I'm not gonna open or show VTube Studio. Fuck that. Especially when you only have one thing left to do in this whole 012 catalog. I'm back. Doubtful for anyone that was watching me. It's also here. Anyways, I guess I'll finish the final story. And then just end stream at that point. But this is annoying. Because would have been nicer if I hadn't done that in the first place. Alright. Let's get this over with. Actually, I'm gonna tweet out. That way, before I start. I got time. Alright. Alright. So let's finish this off. And probably raid hatchet. Alright. Wait, let's make sure that's the right one. And yes. Alright.
Duets. Charlotte Flores sat on the changing room bench, slowly folding a spare uniform. It was brand new and spotless, a far cry from her old lab coat, with its familiar stains of iodine and bleach. What new stains would she acquire? She took off the reverie as Dr. Renard walked in. The older woman dropped a handful of mimetic VR headsets in her locker with a clatter and gave an irritated sigh.
Is everything okay?
Ventured Charla.
How could you say such a thing?
Dr. Renard looked generally shocked.
The situation is unworkable, intolerable. It is a personal insult.
She sat down hard on the same bench as Charla, who realized that she'd become a de facto confidant. Presumably that was through a short of options. She had seen how prickly the mimetics researcher had been in her reactions with other team members. Charlotte tried a conciliatory approach.
They're a little different to other MTFs, I know, but
different. Dr. Reynolds' tone was scoffing. They are entirely unprofessional. For a medics consultant, Agent Anderson has no postgraduate qualifications in this subject, and that D woman seems to have no schooling whatsoever. One of their agents is an old deaf man, and apart from Zhao, the rest are inexperienced children. Charlotte looked stung. Dr. Reynard waved her hand hurriedly. I do not include you in this, my dear. We are both of the same position, brought into this job on false conditions, unwillingly. If you wish, I could easily include you in my application for reassignment. Reassignment? Charlotte hadn't remotely considered. No, leaving my last posting was hard enough. Besides, everyone here seems so normal and nice. Would you go back to your last team? No, sadly, that would not be possible, said Reynard, stiffening. I would certainly find something else, but you would prefer to stay. You're not concerned by the danger of this misguided excursion. This Dr. Navarez is surely a madman. It sparked Charlie to a more spirited response. Dr. Navarez is an expert in perception-altering and dimensional anomalies, one of the most decorated in the Foundation. He has seen things beyond any of our experience. How much of what Dr. Navarez has seen is real, and how much is inside of his head? Dr. Reynolds retorted. I doubt even he knows for sure. Trusting such a man is folly. I trust the facts. The last time anyone went to this place, 11 agents died. Of course this is dangerous, said Charlotte. All MTF face dangers, and we've been training for them. Besides, no one was hurt either time Dr. Navarez went to Alagada. Dr. Renard gave her a dark look. Dr. Navarez isn't going to Alagada this time. Remember that. It will just be the MTF on its own. She stood closing her locker door firmly and left the room without saying more. Charlotte watched her leave, then looked back down at her uniform. Just the MTF. Her MTF now. In the site cafeteria, Mike and Xiao found a quiet table. Mike had hardly looked at Xiao on the walk over, and she waited quietly while he bruised himself with his food for a few minutes. It's not that I'm scared, go, he said finally. I just don't know whether it makes sense, you know. Is it even really Emma's idea? She's the mean so often with the sect director. I think that the commander knows her mind, said Xiao. She was the one who set up the trend. She brought in Dr. Nervez. Mike looked up from over his mashed potato. She didn't even tell you what she was planning? No. Xiao sounded contemplative. But does she have to? I mean, your views are important. You're a lieutenant. Oh wait, that's the wrong voice. But does she have to? I mean, your views are important. You're a lieutenant. And Emma is our commander, replied Xiao, the words dropping like a lead weight on the conversation. Sorry, said Mike, abashed. Hell, I didn't mean. I think you would have made a great commander. And it's Richard's fault, you know. It brought an iconic smile back to Xiao's face. No, I wouldn't, she said. I'm not cut out for it. I talked about it with Richards back when he first appointed me. Anyway, I've never wanted to. Some people are natural leaders and some are better at being second in command. I make sure the plans get executed and keep an eye on the team. That's what I'm good at. I don't need anything else. You are good at it. Suck up, said Xiao with a grin. Mike grinned too, and they ate for a while before his thoughts brought him full circle. It's just going to Anagata, you know? You should have heard what 2992 said about it. He sounded really scared. It doesn't seem like something that the ex-commander, I mean, would do. Shao lowered her glass of water and raised her eyebrow. I'm not so sure. I've only known Richards for a little while. I worked with him back when we were here Note Evil. Things were different then.
I hope that he's okay, said Mike. I know I shouldn't, but
I know what you mean, Shao replied. Although I'm more worried about Emma. It's a huge responsibility, all those decisions, and she's still so young.
Emma is pretty tough.
Mike cocked his head.
And she has you to support her.
He was aiming for another grin, but Shao just chewed absently, brows furrowed. They both ate on in silence. The guard opened the door to the tiny visitor's room, and Emma walked in, taking a seat on one side of the glass partition. The chair on the other side was empty. Emma waited, thinking about what she wanted to ask. Mind racing, she pulled at the collar of her uniform jacket. This was probably her last opportunity before the mission. She needed every edge she could get. Finally, a buzzer sounded and the door on the other side opened. In walked ex-Commander Samuel Richards. He looked older than she remembered and thinner. He folded his tall frame down into the seat opposite. If he was surprised to see her there, he didn't show it. He said nothing. Emma knew he wouldn't be interested in small talk.
I have your ethics committee hearing scheduled for a month from now, she said. I presume they told you?
Richards nodded slowly.
And have you remembered anything?
She knew that wasn't how amnestics worked, but it was worth trying. The man behind the glass was impassive.
You know their decision will be if you don't help them discharge full necessation and monitoring dishonor. You can't want that. Not after your career.
That career isn't important. Richards sounded hoarse.
But to be labeled a traitor to the Foundation, I was protecting the Foundation.
Snapped Richards. His jaws quivered with coiled tension. Emma could sense an opening.
I believe you,
she said.
I don't know whether the community will, but I understand why you took 012. Tell me something. Anything you can, and I can help you. You.
Richards stared hard at her.
Yes, I know what Fearson is like. I worked with him. And that's exactly why I don't trust you.
Richards replied, folding his arms.
You worked on 012. You could easily be corrupted by it.
His gaze darkened. For all I know, you could be working with the Fearson, trying to recover it for him. Or trying to take it for yourself. Says the man, locked up for doing exactly that. Emma's blood was up, her voice sharp. I'm the only one who could be trusted to keep it safe.
The only one. Now it was Emma's gaze that burned at the glass between them. And yet you have an accomplice.
At that, Richards looked genuinely shocked.
What? Maybe not at the time you stole 012. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe not at the time you stole 012, but definitely since,
continued Emma.
You walk in there to see me wearing an insignia of your MTF, wearing the commander's stripes you used to wear, and you don't react at all? You already knew. Someone has been feeding you information.
She knew that if Richard hadn't lied very well, he could certainly stonewall. He said nothing. Emma berated herself for losing her temper. It had felt good to get a reaction from him, but it meant he wouldn't answer any more questions. Emma stood up to leave, turning back to the door to add,
If you change your mind about helping me, let me know. Or I guess I should just ask your conspirator.
As she walked back along the hall, she wondered who it was. Probably Dee.
I don't trust that bitch.
The fore end of a pump-action shotgun slid back into place with a pronounced crack. NSC looked over mildly from where he had been, checking the subsonic stun grenades. Careful, D. It's a commander you're talking about. He signed.
Not my commander.
D responded with a snort. She put the empty weapon back on the rack and picked up the next to check the mechanism.
It's what she did to the commander that means I don't trust her.
What she did? Richards admitted that he stole 012.
And she ratted him out for it.
D wasn't brooking any argument. NSC raised both white eyebrows. She worked it out. You mean Mace was the rat? He looked down back at his right hand for a second, absently curling his fingers into a fist.
Since when do you know her #1 fan?
Oddly. NSC laughed. That's probably reserved for Mike. Anyway, you've only known one commander for the beast. Stark won't be the worst we've had. Wiping the dust noise application rig, Dean leaned forward.
I don't know if you noticed, but she's a damn slave driver.
NSC raised his hands to tease D for complaining about a little work, but thought the better of it. Not when she was in this mood. He made do with a shrug.
You can't be that relaxed, she said. Stark is taking us into a spatial anomaly full of hostiles. The task force isn't equipped for that.
You delicate in the field so far.
Jesus on Earth.
Dee slapped the side of the speaker she was cleaning.
Against an old man and some shitty robots. Have you read the files about Alligator?
It's just about knowing what to look out for. Where's your sense of adventure? He signed back. Dee strode around the low shelf, standing right in Hennessy's face.
Bullshit. That's bullshit, Age, and you know it. I've been here more than 20 years, and you've never wanted adventure.
The old man didn't move, didn't reply.
What's wrong with you these days?
Dee continued.
You've changed, H. Maybe the others don't see it, but you can't fool me. You used to be a professional.
NSC started to respond, but Dee cut him off.
You don't care anymore. You sit around being a smartass, joking with Mike instead of helping the commander. You go rushing into danger like a goddamn cowboy. You don't respect the rules. You don't give a shit about the safety of your own team. And you sure as hell don't care about your own.
Sudden understanding sucked away Dee's breath.
H, tell me you aren't... Tell me that's not why you, H.
For a second, she looked at Hennessy, imploring him for denial. He had none. All Dee's anger returned at once.
Well, fuck you then. You want to die on your own time? Don't put me at risk.
By the time he had started to reply, she had turned away and was storming out. Hennessy couldn't lip read her final retort.
I'm sure your precious new commander would be happy to get you killed.
He picked up the dust cloth from the floor and went back to work. It was getting late. Roger Anderson strode the deserted corridors of the site, barely paying attention to his surroundings. He had been taken off his archives shifts, but has yet to move into the MTF quarters, and the walks were hell on his joints. But I knew he wouldn't sleep until he had shared what he had learned. Before he knew it, he found himself outside the door to ETA 11 Commander's office. He could see light seeping from the threshold. He wasn't surprised to see Emma still working. He knocked twice and came in.
Commander, I need to talk to you about Dr. Renard. I was looking at her history and...
Roger cut off in shock. Emma was at her desk crying. He took a step backwards.
I'm sorry for barging in, Commander.
He stuttered.
No, it's okay, Roger. Don't leave.
She wiped her eyes.
What did you want? That's not important,
said Roger, walking around the desk.
Are you alright? I don't think I can do this.
Emma sounded desperate.
Any of it.
Roger felt alarm and pity and a strange kind of relief.
Emma, you're doing fine.
You don't understand, she replied, shaking her head.
I say these things and make these plans, but all the time everything feels out of control. I don't belong here. What am I doing? The right thing. You have uncovered more about Zero and Two in the past few weeks than years in study. You've pulled this MTF into shape. Hell, I even did a sit-up yesterday. He laughed weakly to match the joke. How do I know I'm making right decisions? Roger gave a toned smile, which he hoped was encouraging. You can't. Not for sure. You just do your homework, take advice from the right people, and do your best. But I could be putting the squad in danger, said Emma, though her voice sounded more certain now. If danger is what the task requires, then that is what you've signed up to do. It's been a long time, and it never gets easier to put people at risk. When you do find it easy, that's when I'll worry. Emma straightened her hair, pulling herself together, becoming the commander again. So I take advice from right people. What's your advice? Roger considered bringing up Dr. Reynard and decided against it. Emma had enough on her plate. He contented himself with a final thought on his way out the door. My advice is don't put too much trust in the Foundation. I've seen a lot, and it's taught me that when boys get too used to keeping secrets, you can't ever know for sure what they're hiding. The voice on the other end of the line was insistent. What are your concerns? I'm not sure whether she represents a liability or an asset. Is she a risk to the mission? No, I don't think so. There are other risks. We can take care of them, Dr. Aurora. You should concentrate on your role. I understand. So Dr. Aurora put down the phone and turned his stereo back on. Comforting voices of Louis Armstrong and Ella Fitzgerald filled his office. Everywhere the opening strains of the Jets' Requiem stole out from hidden speakers in a darkened warehouse. Stuart Fearson, once of the Foundation, bathed in the music and was borne upwards upon it. He knew it well, but hearing it again, he felt new purpose in the twisting voices. That purpose was part of him, too. His fellow thieves elsewhere in the building preparing in their own ways. They were so different from him, yet alike, drawn together like singers joining a song. Pearson closed his eyes, breathing deeply as the music swelled. And then all at once, all sound fell into a chasm of silence. Pearson opened his eyes and saw a figure before him. It was robed in mask, towering in dim light. When it spoke, Pearson felt he could hear the echoes of crawling crows. You have the baton. It was a demand. Pearson gave an almost instinctive bow. Yes. He pulled it away from the bag at his feet, passed it to a black-gloved hand. Pearson shivered at the touch. The baton disappeared within the robes. More is expected. Yes, my patron. Pearson's understanding was instinctive too. We are ready, but the Foundation. The Foundation has grown soft, said the figure implacable. It cannot prevent the tide of history now. It has turned. Its actions are unimportant. We will bring the Saint's return. You must find the score. Pearson looked pained. The score is lost, stolen from us. The Foundation cannot find it, and neither can we. The black shape before him seemed to grow larger. Not that score. The others. Only 2 are required, and you will find them. Where, my master?
Pearson asked hungrily. Tune your instruments. Assemble the orchestra. You will go to Alagata.
And that's it. The entirety of On Mount Golgotha is done. Alright, so now now I gotta do the raid. Alright, so we're gonna raid Hatchet, a good friend of mine. If you don't know them, but you know me, please go follow them and give them love. Alright? And I hope to see you Dangerous next time for your next mission, and cheeky butt fungus, I guess. Just love all the cheeky fungus as you can, and spread it so everyone can see the great view of the cheeky butt fungus.